Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Illinois State. My name is Cherish, and I'm here with.
Esty.
And today we will be walking through Illinois State with you. Alrighty, so the bar is officially loaded for Isabel.
Isabel's competing in the 44 kilo weight class. She has 60 kilos loaded for her opening attempt.
And it appears they're making a rack height adjustment. And it was a good lift. Up next, we have Kelly Peck. She'll be opening up with 75 kilos, and she is in an all guest, so that means she is not an Illinois State resident. A very nice, easy opener, and it was a good lift.
Up next, we have Heather Rod. Heather opening with 80 kilos. Very easy opener there for Heather. That is a good lift.
Up next, we have Rachel. She is also an all guest, so that means she is not an Illinois resident, and she'll be opening up with 85 kilos. Oh, a very fast opener. And it was a good lift.
Next up, we've got Amber competing in the 52 kilo weight class. She'll be opening up with 87.5 kilos. And that's a good lift for Amber. 3 white lights. Up next, we've got Sitali in the 60 kilo class, opening with 95 kilos. She's rocking an all A7 fit, one of our sponsors for today's meet. And that's a good lift.
Up next, we have Brianna in our 70 kilo weight class, and she's opening up with 140 kilos on the bar. Very smooth first attempt. And that is 3 white lights. And for the ones back home who don't know, each lifter is granted 3 lights. Either you can get a red if the lift does not meet standard and the rules, or you get 3 white lights. And as long as you have 2 white lights, the lift is good. And now we have Shelby in our 100 kilo class, and she's opening up with 145 kilos. Very smooth first attempt, and it was a good lift.
Next up, we've got Betsy, 155 kilos for her opening attempt, competing in the 100 kilo weight class.
And the bar is loaded. Very nice first attempt. And the lift was good. Up next, we have Diane, also in our 100 kilo weight class, and she will be opening up with 177.5 kilos.
Our first 3 red plus squat of the meet. Very strong opener there from Diane. That's a good lift. 3 white lights. Moving on to our second attempt squats, we have Isabel going up 10 keys from her opener to 70 kilos. For those of you who are new to the sport of powerlifting, each lifter gets 3 attempts at each lift. Usually your first attempt or your opener is something that you are very confident in hitting, just getting onto the board. That second attempt squat will be close to, if not a personal record for the lifter. And then your third attempt, you are all in, trying to get as many kilos as you can on the day. Very easy second attempt and a good lift for Isabel. Next up, we've got Kelly Peck, also moving up 10 kilos from her opener to 85.
A very smooth attempt, and it was 3 white lights. Up next, we have Heather in the 90 kilo weight class, and she went up only 5 kilos to 85. A very fast and smooth attempt. 3 white lights as well.
Up next, we've got Rachel Johnson going up 2.5 kilos to her second attempt of 87.5. We've got back-to-back sleeveless lifters here in this flight, which is kind of irregular in the sport of powerlifting nowadays. Both of these women out squatting me if I didn't have sleeves on.
No, me too. A very smooth attempt.
Next up, we've got Amber going up 7.5 kilos for her second attempt of 95. She is in the 52 kilo weight class.
Ooh, a little bit of a grinder, but she still stands up with it. And unfortunately, that was a no lift.
Likely a little bit of downward motion there on her ascent is why she got at least one of those red lights. She will have one more attempt at that, though, as that was only her second attempt, so. Next up, we have Sitali, 102.5 kilos for her second attempt. 7.5 above her opener.
pretty decent second attempt. 3 white lights. So it appears we have a couple of you guys here on the live stream. If you don't mind, slide up, let us know who you're supporting and where you're supporting from.
Next up, we have Brianna, 150 kilos for her second attempt. Hopefully it's not pronounced Brianna.
Very nice attempt. And it was a good lift. Up next we have Shelby in the 100+ kilo weight class, and her next attempt will be 157.5 kilos.
I think this is the biggest jump to a second we've seen so far, 12.5 kilos. Strong push there from Shelby. Unfortunately, that is a no lift. She will have one more attempt at that though, so no worries. Up next, we have Betsy, 162.5 kilos for her second attempt. Good walkout from Betsy. She gets that start command. And she drives it up. That's a good lift. 3 white lights for Betsy. Next up, we have Diane, 185 kilos for her second attempt. She was successful on her opener of 177.5 kilos. Let's see how quickly she can move this second attempt. Looks like the spotters are making an adjustment to the rack heights. The bar is reloaded for Diane. steady walkout. She gets the start command. And powers it up for an easy second attempt. That's a good lift for Diane. 3 white lights.
So we are back on top with Isabel in our 44 kilo weight class. She went up 10 kilos from her last, so now she's officially at 80 kilos for her third attempt.
Isabella's our first of many third attempts for the day. Made easy work of her second attempt. So we'll see how easy she moves this 80 kilos. Drives it up, locks her knees out. Let's see what the judges say. And that is a good lift. 3 white lights for Isabel. So that is 80 kilos tacked onto her overall total. Up next, we've got Kelly. She's going up 7.5 kilos to her third attempt of 92.5.
Alrighty, we have Heather on her third attempt, 90 kilo weight class at 92.5 kilos for squat. And it moved pretty well. And 3 white lights.
Up next, we have Amber retaking her second attempt of 95 kilos, looking to add that onto her total. Unfortunately, just a little too much for Amber on the day, but she will walk away with 87.5 kilos.
Up next, we have Rachel. She jumped up 10 kilos from her last, and she's now at 97.5 kilos. Rachel is one of our few completely raw lifters, so she's not wearing any knee sleeves, wraps, or belt. And she gets that start command. Oh, very easy third attempt. Holy cow. You should probably put a little bit more weight on that bar.
Yeah, that one could have stayed in the warm-up room.
Oh, for sure.
She needs 3 more attempts. Next up, we have Sitali, 107.5 kilos for her third attempt, up 5 kilos from her second. And the bar is loaded. Strong push, and that is a good lift. 3 white lights. So that is 107.5 kilos for her on the day.
We have Brianna up next. She went up 5 kilos from her last, so now she's officially at 155 kilos. She is one of our women juniors today, so she's in between the ages of 20 and 23. So one of our younger lifters. Very strong attempt. And it was 3 white lights, finishing 3 for 3 so far on squats.
Up next, we have Shelby retaking her second attempt of 157.5 kilos. Fights through that sticking point. Let's see what the judges say.
Ooh, unfortunately a no lift. It appears she may have jumped a call. Looks like she may have jumped a rack call.
Next up, the bar is loaded for Betsy, 170 kilos. This is 7.5 up from her second attempt. She's fighting her way through that sticking point.
Very nice third attempt.
And that's a good lift for Betsy, keeping things close in this raw open 100 kilo class.
Up next, we have Diane, also in the 100 kilo weight class. She went up 10 kilos from her last and is now officially at 195 kilos. And Diane is our last in Flight A, and then we will jump straight into Flight B. Very strong third attempt, and it was a good lift, 3 white lights. So now we are officially jumping into Flight B. We'll go straight in. Most of our Flight B is all male lifters. And starting off first, we'll start with Brian. He is in our 60 kilo weight class, opening up with 95 kilos. Brian, he's going completely sleeveless, which I personally could not do 95 kilos sleeveless.
I don't think I could do the bar sleeveless.
Very smooth attempt. And 3 white lights.
Next up, we have Bob in our 90 kilo weight class, 117.5 kilos for his opener. Bar is loaded for Bob.
Very smooth attempt. 3 white lights.
Taking the bar up to 120 kilos, we have Alec competing in the 52 kilo weight class.
Very strong walkout. Very smooth attempt. And it was a good lift.
Up next is Dale in the 110 kilo weight class, opening up with 160 kilos. Looks like we have a bar change. Never seen that happen in a meet before, but it's a very quick process. Dale competing in the Masters 3 division. Looks like they switched the bar out for a Hansu Power Bar, which is now the official sponsor of USAPL. So maybe just trying to get a little more national level equipment in there. Nonetheless, that was a strong squat from Dale and a good lift. Next up is Ivan in the 75 kilo weight class, opening up with 165 kilos. Ivan is competing in the men's raw junior division.
Very strong walkout. Very deep squat. And a good lift.
Up next, we have Ryan Tran, 180 kilos being loaded up for his opening attempt. He is in the 67.5 kilo weight class, competing in the open division.
Very smooth attempt. And it was a good lift.
Here we have our forecasted top dots for the women's division. Currently forecasted in first place, we have Brianna with 395 dots. Here is our men's top 10. Currently forecasted first place is Roderick with 441 dots. Here's Laramie's opening attempt, a very strong one at that, 185 kilos, and a good lift.
Up next, we have Nate at 195 kilos, competing in our 75 kilo weight class.
Nate competing in the open division. Drives it up, and that is a good lift for Nate. 3 white lights. Next up, we have Julio, 75 kilos is his weight class, 197.5 kilos for his opener. He's competing in the men's raw junior division.
Very fast opener. And 3 white lights.
Up next, we have Dante in the 82.5 kilo weight class, opening up with 200 kilos. Dante is also competing in the junior division.
Very fast opener. And 3 white lights.
Next up, we have Jason opening up with 210 kilos, competing in the 110 kilo weight class. Jason competing in our Masters 2 division.
Pretty solid opener. And 3 white lights. We have Diego up next at 220 kilos, 82.5 kilos is his weight class.
He's competing in both the men's raw junior and open divisions, and he's representing SIUE powerlifting today.
Very strong opener. 2 white lights.
Looks like he might have been called for depth by one of the side judges. But a very fast opener there, so hopefully he can sink his second attempt a little more. Up next, we have Roderick opening with 227.5 kilos.
Very strong first attempt. 3 white lights.
Roderick looked like he could bench somebody's deadlift.
Very true.
Looks like he was the last squatter. Excuse me. That was the last opening attempt for Flight B. We have up next Brian with 100 kilos for his second attempt.
A very strong second attempt. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights.
Next up, we have Bob going up 5 kilos to his second attempt, 122.5.
Looks like we have a couple Bob supporters in the group chat.
Let's go, Bob.
Very nice second attempt. And 3 white lights.
Next up, we have Ivan taking 172.5 kilos for his second attempt. Strong walkout from Ivan. Gets that start command.
Very deep but solid squat. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights.
In powerlifting, you don't get any extra points for squatting butt to ground, but if you did, this guy would have a lot of points.
Up next, we have Dale. At 175 kilos, he made a 15-kilo jump from his last. Pretty solid attempt. Let's see what the judges have to say. Looks like 2-1. Looks like a possible depth call. Yes, that is what it appears to be.
Next up, we have Ryan Tran going up 10 kilos from his opener up to 190.
A little bit of a grinder, but still a solid push. He's gifted 2-1, so it looks like I'm not sure what that call was.
Up next, we have Laramie taking the bar up to 200 kilos for his second attempt, up 15 from his previous. Laramie bringing the energy to this second attempt. And he blows that squat up. That's a good lift. 3 white lights.
Up next, we have Julio at 210 kilos. Very strong walkout. Pretty solid lift. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights.
Up next is Dante, sticking with 210 kilos. This is his second attempt.
Very nice walkout. Very strong second attempt. And 3 white lights.
215 kilos being loaded up for Nate's second attempt. He was previously successful with 195 kilos. This is a 20-kilo jump for Nate. Doesn't appear to bother him though, because that was a strong second attempt and a good lift. 3 white lights.
Up next, we have Jason at 220 kilos. Very controlled walkout. Pretty solid squat. And it's a 2-to-1.
Next up, we have Roderick taking 232.5 kilos for his second attempt.
Very smooth second attempt. I'd almost deem that as a first attempt. That moved very well.
Yeah, I think he could have gone up a little more than 5 keys. Very easy second there.
Diego up next at 235 kilos. Looks like a 15 kilo from a jump from his last. Very solid lift. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights.
On to our third attempts of Flight B. We have Brian starting us off with 105 kilos. Looks like both Ryan and Dante scratched for this go around of squats.
Very smooth third attempt. And it was a good lift. Brian up next with 130 kilos. My apologies, that was Bob. Oh, for his third attempt being 130 kilos. And it also appears we still have a couple Bob supporters out there.
Let's go, Bob. Let's go, Bob. Let's go, Bob.
And it was a good lift.
Strong showing there from Bob. 130 kilos, no knee sleeves. Could not be me.
Could definitely not be me. I don't even know if I could unrack it, to be honest.
I definitely couldn't.
Dale up next with 182.5 kilos.
Looks like they're going to lower the rack height a little bit.
Very nice third attempt, and it is a good lift. Ivan up next with 185 kilos.
I've been moving up 12.5 kilos from his second attempt. Strong setup for Ivan.
Very deep squat.
That is another easy attempt for Ivan. And that is 3 white lights, a good lift.
Plus, I still think he's trying to get those bonus points. I don't know.
I do too. Maybe some style points for squatting it faster than he should too.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Really easy third attempt. Up next we have Laramie Up 12.5 kilos from his second attempt, 212.5 kilos.
He is for sure bringing the intensity, though.
Yeah, he just shot out of a cannon for this one.
Very solid attempt, too. 3 white lights.
That was a good lift for Laramie. Sticking with 212.5 kilos, we have Julio. Up 2.5 kilos from his second. Trying to get as much, or excuse me, as many kilos as possible.
Very strong walkout.
He's fighting.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, just a little too much there. But it was only 2.5 kilos up from his second, so not missing out on too much there. A great catch from Toomey and company. Up next, we have Nate taking it up to 227.5 kilos. This jump not as big as his first to second, but still 12.5 kilos.
Very strong grind. And 3 white lights.
That is a good lift. Very impressive squat there from Nate. Next up, we've got Jason, 230 kilos here for his third attempt. A very consistent 10-kilo jump from attempt to attempt.
Very strong third attempt. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights.
Very speedy third attempt there from Jason. Probably could have been an opener.
I could say so. Up next, we have Roderick at 237.5 kilos. He is an all guest lifter, so that means he is not an Illinois resident.
The bar is loaded for Roderick.
Very nice third attempt. That could almost be an opener.
Yeah, he almost threw that bar off his back.
Diego up next. It appears he is our last and final lifter for Flight B at 245 kilos, which is also our heaviest as well at 540, right?
Yep, 540.
Per.
All 5 spotters on deck for this 540-pound attempt.
He is also a part of SIUE Powerlifting, so one of our local colleges around here. And a good lift.
That concludes our Flight B squats of this first session. Moving on to Flight C, we are starting off with Jackson Edwards, 130 kilos. This is our final flight of squats in this first session. Hopefully y'all are staying warm on this beautiful summer day.
Jackson in our 90 kilo weight class.
Very smooth opener from Jackson. That is a good lift. 3 white lights.
We have Logan up next, opening up with 165 kilos and our 90 kilo weight class.
Logan representing SIUE Powerlifting as well, competing in the Raw Junior Division.
Very speedy first attempt. He could have honestly left that in the weight room.
Yeah, that was a very easy opener there. Looked like a warm-up. We'll see how big of a jump he takes to his second.
Tristan up next with 190 kilos.
Tristan is competing in the men's Raw Junior Division.
Very nice first attempt. And 3 white lights.
Up next is Cole, opening up with 192.5 kilos. Cole is competing in the men's Raw Junior Division.
Cole squatting with both of the arms in, and he has a very wide grip. And very solid lift.
It's a good lift for Cole. 3 white lights. Up next, we've got Sean Archer in the 100 kilo weight class, opening up with 200 kilos. Sean is competing in the men's junior division, representing Redbird Powerlifting Club. A very wide squat stance. Evidently yields a very deep squat. That is a good lift for Sean. 3 white lights, no doubt about that one.
Andrew up next, 210 kilos at 82.5 kilo weight.
Andrew's competing in the open division.
Very solid walkout. Oh wow, very easy opener.
Looks like a warm-up squat to me. That's a good lift. Up next, we've got Matthew in the open division, opening up with 220 kilos.
Judges say no lift.
Moved that one pretty easily, though. He's got 2 more attempts. We'll likely see him go up from that weight. Next up, we've got Albert in the 90 kilo weight class, opening with 227.5 kilos. Albert competing in the open division. That is a very easy squat for Albert and a good lift.
Jonathan up next, 237.5 kilos. So we have quickly taken this bar straight up to 500. Jonathan is also one of our junior lifters.
Representing Warhouse Barbell.
Very solid first attempt. And 3 white lights.
Next up, we have Peyton, 237.5 kilos for his opening attempt. Peyton in the 110 kilo weight class. And he is competing under unit strength. Very deep and very fast opener there for Peyton. That's a good lift.
Noah up next, 240 kilos. One of our heaviest openers so far.
He's our first of 3 consecutive 240 kilo openers.
Very smooth first attempt. And it was a good lift.
Next up, we have Brandon taking 240 kilos as well. Brandon in the 140 kilo weight class. That is a strong squat from Brandon and a good lift. Keeping the bar at 240 kilos, we have Giovanni. Giovanni in the 82.5 kilo weight class. He is our final opening squat of this first session. That is a good lift, very speedy opener. Moving on to second attempts, we have Jackson taking the bar to 140 kilos.
Very strong walkout.
That's too much. Don't worry about it. I'm keeping it out there too.
And a very smooth attempt.
You can always put this on too. And that's good. Yep.
Next up, we have Logan, 177.5 kilos on the bar for his second attempt.
Looks like a small step back. Yeah, unfortunately he did have a small step back right before the rat command, so that will not be a good lift. But he easily got that, so I expect him to definitely go up.
Up next, we have Tristan, 200 kilos loaded onto the bar. Looks like maybe the lifter's moving a little faster than the refs.
Very smooth second attempt.
That is a good lift for Tristan. Taking the bar up 2.5 kilos, we have Cole, 202.5 kilos for his second attempt. It's a 10-kilo jump from his opener.
Cole is going to squat with both arms in. If I remember correctly, he's the one who has like a wider grip, right?
A very wide grip, yeah. Likely protecting one of his shoulders, if not both. I know a lot of lifters who use this very wide grip do so to protect their shoulders, so.
Very smooth second attempt.
Yep, that wider grip obviously does not phase him because that was a very smooth attempt there.
We don't typically see wide grips too often, so.
Bar being taken up to 215 kilos for Sean's second attempt. This a 15-kilo jump from his opener.
And then
Very smooth second attempt. That's a good lift for Sean.
up next we have Andrew, 225 kilos. Made a 15-kilo jump from his last. Oh, wow. That was really, really speedy.
Very fast second attempt from Andrew. 3 white lights, so the judges agree that is a good lift. Next up, we have Matthew going up 10 kilos from his opener to 230.
And that was a good lift. Up next, we have Albert, 240 kilos, my apologies, at the 90 kilo weight class.
Albert was successful with his opener of 227.5, taking it up 12.5 kilos here for his second. That was a smooth squat from Albert and a good lift, 3 white lights.
Jonathan is taking the bar up to 245 kilos.
Spotters bringing in back up for this 245 kilo squat. It's a good try there from Jonathan. He's got one more attempt at it. We'll see if they opt to take that or not.
And Giovanni will take the bar up to 250 kilos, which so far is the heaviest attempt we've seen so far. And with it being only second attempts, I fear we're going to be in for a treat.
I agree. Looks like we've got some heavy hitters here ending off our second attempts. Excited to see what they load for their thirds.
Oh, wow. Very speedy second attempt. It almost looked like he just had the bar on his back.
Yeah, that was a very easy 551 pounds.
Noah will take the bar up to 255 kilos. Looks like we have a couple Noah supporters out there. Little shaky walkout. but that has no effect. That was a very smooth second attempt.
Yeah, the judges agree. That is 3 white lights for Noah. Strong second there from Brandon, 262.5 kilos. That is a good lift. 3 white lights.
I know we have a couple Peyton supporters out there. Peyton is our last second attempt. So far, it is the heaviest attempt at 265 kilos.
Yeah, Payne made very easy work of his opener attempt of 237.5 kilos. So I'm sure he's feeling fairly confident in this 265.
Oh, wow. Very smooth second attempt. And that will bring us right back to the top with Jackson. So we're going to take a quick second just to take an overview of the forecasts. So far, for the men's top 10, Roderick is leading us off with 448 dots, followed by Diego. And Giovanni is up on third with 441 kilos. And then we'll jump to the female.
Yep, here we've got Brianna still sitting in first place with 395 dots. Curious to see if she'll see any pressure as we move into bench.
With that being said, Jackson's third and final squat attempt is 150 kilos. I know we have a couple Jackson supporters out there. Very smooth third attempt, leaving him 3 for 3 so far. Logan up next. He unfortunately failed his second attempt, but is now going up for his third at 190 kilos.
That was a good try from Logan. Unfortunately, just too much on the day for him. That will be a no lift.
Cole up next with 210 kilos, a pretty hefty jump from his last.
Yeah, 7.5 kilo jump here for Cole.
We're bringing the arms in for him. Very strong walkout. Very smooth. So it appears that 7.5 kilo jump did not affect him at all.
Yeah, that was a very smooth third attempt there. Probably left some kilos on the table with that one.
Sean up next with 227.5 kilos. And we do have a couple supporters for Sean.
Bar is loaded for Sean. Up 12.5 kilos from his second attempt. Good try from Sean. Unfortunately, not there on the day. Great catch, though, by our spotters. McKendry's finest.
Tristan up next. Ended up making a 30-kilo jump to 230 kilos. That is over a 60-pound jump. Pretty hefty from his.
Yeah, 30-kilo jump is pretty unheard of.
Especially for a third. Unfortunately, it just wasn't there today, but a very strong attempt. Huge shout out to our spotters and loaders.
Next up, we have Andrew. Jumping 10 kilos from his second to 235 kilos, 518 pounds. Fights through that sticking point pretty easily, and that is a good lift. 3 white lights.
Matthew up next, 240 kilos for his last and final attempt. Still staying pretty consistent with the 10-kilo jump.
Yeah, he's bounced back well from that first no lift, securing 230 now, looking to add an extra 10 kilos onto that total.
Oh, wow. Very solid lift. And it moved very well. 3 white lights. Jonathan up next. He's retaking his 245-kilo second attempt.
Good try there from Jack. Unfortunately, that is a no lift. Doesn't get that squat, but he might get the award for tallest lifter of the day.
I could agree. Albert up next. 250 kilos. Just made a small 10-kilo jump from his last. Well, I wouldn't say 10 is small, would you?
I'd say 10 kilos is a pretty big jump. Albert looking at 551 pounds for this third attempt squat.
Unfortunately, that is a no lift, but great attempt though.
Yeah, it just looked like a little too much on the day. But he did secure that 240 kilo squat prior, so not leaving empty handed.
Giovanni will take our bar to 262.5 kilos. A 12.5 kilo jump from his last. Good catch by our spotters and loaded.
Yeah, good try there from Giovanni. Unfortunately, just not there on the day. Up next, we've got Noah taking 267.5 kilos for his last attempt.
Looks like we still have a couple supporters for Noah.
Very strong push there from Noah. That is a good lift.
Peyton up next. He's taking the bar to 282.5 kilos.
This is a 622-pound third attempt for Peyton. Fights through that sticking point. And it's a good lift. He is hyped about that one. as he should be. 622 pounds in the 110 kilo class.
And our third and final squat of the day is Brandon. His third attempt is 285 kilos, a pretty hefty jump from his second.
Yeah, looks like he's takes some pretty big jumps, I would say. From his first to his second was a pretty big jump, and here to his third was another one. So
For the viewers back home, this is a 628-pound squat.
very strong fight, and that is a good lift for Brandon. What a way to end off squats for session 1.
And that will conclude our session 1 squats. We would like to take a quick second and give a huge thanks to our event sponsors, which are
McKendree Powerlifting, thank you for hosting this meet. The spotters and loaders keeping everybody safe. We've got A7, lot of lifters rocking the A7 singlets, wrist wraps, knee sleeves, any of your powerlifting needs. A7's got you. MoFit Activewear. If you are in the building with us, they have a booth in the front. Notorious Lifts has a giveaway here in the venue. They've got deadlift shoes, squat shoes. Thank you to GMO Strength Systems for sponsoring. Sushi Primos, Better Through the Barbell, Barbell Barn, and GB, as well as Heartland Community College. Thank you for just allowing this meet to be put on here.
and that will conclude session 1 squats, and we'll see you in 10 minutes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to session 1 of your 2026 Illinois State Championships. We will be getting started with bench shortly. Starting us off is Isabel. She'll be opening up with 20 kilos.
And for those at home, the lights still apply. Your goal is to get 3 white lights, but 2 is okay and still a good lift. And in bench, though, we do have 3 commands. So you have start, press, and rack. Looks like we're making a height adjustment. Alrighty, and we're good to go. And that was a good lift.
Next up, we've got Heather taking 37.5 kilos for her opener.
Looks like some small technical difficulties. Still working out those difficulties, and we should be good to go here soon. With that being said, we're all good to go. And the judges say
Fortunately, that's a no lift for Heather. Looks like the bar bounced a little bit off of her chest. Nothing she can't fix, though, on her next 2 attempts.
next we have Cindy. Cindy will be opening up as well with 37.5 kilos. It appears we're still having some more technical difficulties, so bear with us.
Cindy is competing in the push-pull division, so that means she only benches and deadlifts, no squats.
We're still working out those technical difficulties, but it appears that we are good and ready to go. And she's going to get a lift off. And let's see what the judges say. And that was a good lift.
Next up, we have Amber. She will be doing 42.5 kilos for her opener.
A very speedy opener. And that was a good lift.
Next up, we have Sitali opening up with 47.5 kilos.
Looks like we have a couple supporters for her.
If you notice that number on the left, that is the lifter's best squat attempt on the day.
Very nice opener, and that was a good lift.
Up next, we have Kelly opening up with 47.5 kilos.
Another speedy attempt. And that was a good lift. We have Rachel up next. She is opening with 55 kilos. And she is also getting a handoff. A very strong first attempt. And that was also a good lift.
Up next, we've got Betsy taking the bar up to 80 kilos for her opener. We've moved into red territory.
And for those who do not know, Miss Betsy is handled by the one and only Inant. She is a strong woman, and so I've heard, probably one of the strongest ones I've heard. And that was a good lift.
Up next, we have Brianna opening up with 82.5 kilos.
And the bar is loaded. A very smooth first attempt. And the judges say 3 white lights. Diane is up next with 87.5 kilos.
Super smooth opener there for Diane. That is a good lift. 3 white lights.
Up next, we have Shelby. We're taking the bar up to 95 kilos. And she is in the 100 kilo weight class. Very strong first attempt. And the judges say it was a
Good
good
lift.
lift.
On to our second attempt benches here. Flight A, we have Isabel loading 30 kilos onto the bar this time.
Isabel is in the 44 kilo weight class, which is the lowest weight class in USAPL. And it is very rare to see a 44 compete.
She is coached by American record deadlift holder Lazaro Marquez. Up next, we've got Cindy going up to 2.5 kilos from her opener. 40 kilos on the bar.
Miss Cindy will get a handoff.
Good try there from Cindy. She'll have one more attempt at it, so hopefully she can fight back on this last attempt.
Heather is up next. Unfortunately, she did not get her first lift, but we're going up for our second at 45 kilos. So, pretty decent jump.
Yeah, and I think she missed her first one just off of technique alone, so hopefully she'll be able to get onto the board with this one.
And the judges say no lift. She'll have one more chance to get on the board, and she'll have to get her third attempt and able to stay in this competition.
Yeah, it looks like she has the strength for it. She's just letting it bounce off of her chest. Hopefully she can clean that up so she can get on the board.
Yeah. Amber up next. She made a small jump from her last, and now she's at 47.5 kilos. And very smooth second attempt.
Yeah, that is a good lift. A non-negotiable 3 white lights. Next up, we've got Sitali going up 5 kilos to her second attempt, loading 52.5.
And it appears we still have a couple followers for her in the live chat. Judges say it was a good lift.
Taking the bar up to 55 kilos, we've got Kelly. We'd like to take a quick moment to point out on the top right of your screen is our sponsors for today's meet. Just want to re-emphasize that none of this would be possible without their support, so we really appreciate them. Meanwhile, Kelly puts up a very good second attempt bench, and the judges agree that is 3 white lights. Up next, we have Rachel jumping 2.5 kilos for her second attempt. She made very easy work of that 55 kilo opener, so this one's a little surprising.
Rachel is one of few all raw lifters, so she's not wearing any wrist wraps, belt, or even knee sleeves. But that appears it doesn't affect her at all. That was a good lift.
Yeah, she just threw that second attempt weight. Thinking maybe she missed the time frame to put in her next attempt and got default. For those of you who don't know, you have a minute after the completion of a lift to put in your next attempt. If you don't report to the scores table to put in your weight, then you get a default jump of 2.5 kilos.
With that being said, Brianna is up next with 85 kilos. Very strong press off the chest. And that was a good lift.
Yeah, we see a lot of lifters like Brianna utilize that soft touch technique nowadays with bench press, trying to get the best leverages they can.
Betsy up next with 85 kilos. Like I said, Betsy is handled by Inans. She is a pro strong woman. She's competed at some pretty intense competitions, including the Arnold, the Rogue Invitational, and even North America's Strongest. So some very tough competitions.
That's a strong fight there from Betsy for a good lift.
Diane up next. She's jumping to 92.5 kilos. Very smooth second attempt. There was honestly no struggle point in that, so she has a lot of room to go up. Shelby up next. She's going to utilize the handoff with her bar being at 102.5 kilos.
Unfortunately, just not there on that attempt. She will have one more if she chooses to take it. But that was our final second attempt of Flight A bench. So we are back at the top with Isabel, going up 5 kilos to 35 for her third attempt. She's pushing.
That was a very nice grind. Let's see. Oh, no lift. It looks like she may have jumped the rack command.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think she was just a little too excited with that grind and racked it early. But that is a gym PR nonetheless, so.
Cindy is up next. Unfortunately, she did not get her second attempt, but she's going to keep the 40 kilos. And for those back home, you cannot lower an attempt if it's failed. So if you take the 40 kilos, you cannot go below 40 kilos. You have to either stay the same or go up.
That was a good try from Cindy. Unfortunately, that 40 kilos just was not there for her today. But she does escape with 37.5 kilos, so she is on the board. Only missing out on that 2.5.
Heather up next. Like I said before, she's going to retake the 45 kilos. She cannot go under the 45 kilos. And she does need this lift to stay into the meet.
Yeah, Heather, from what we've seen so far, is more than capable of completing this. She just has to control it, which I think she did there.
And let's see what the judges say about that. And that is a good lift, so she is still in the meet. She has punched her ticket into deadlifts. Amber up next. She's taking the bar to 50 kilos.
Yeah, Amber going up 2.5 kilos from her second attempt. Looking to gather as many kilos as she can to add on to that 87.5 squat she completed earlier.
And that was a very strong lift. She honestly had a lot more in the tank.
Yeah, that was a very easy third attempt considering that 2.5 kilo jump. However, I don't think she was granted that lift.
Yeah, it does appear that she was not granted that lift. Let's see why. It appears she may have jumped some sort of call.
Up now we have Sitali, 55 kilos. This is 2.5 keys up from her second attempt. She's pushing. Unfortunately, just not there for her today, but she does leave with a 52.5 kilo bench. So again, not missing out on too many kilos in the grand scheme of things. Taking the bar up to 60 kilos, we have Kelly. 5 keys higher than her second attempt. She drives it up, unfortunately just gets stuck there halfway, and she's not able to get that one, but a good fight. Escapes with a 55 kilo bench on the day. Next up, we've got Rachel, 65 kilos for her third attempt.
Rachel's had a pretty successful day so far. She's gone and completed all her lifts successfully. So let's see if she gets to continue that. Oh, wow. She has so much more left in the tank. That moved very well for a third attempt.
Yeah, that was another easy attempt from Rachel. Seems to be a common theme with her bench attempts there.
But she does stay successful, so far she is 6 for 6 on the day.
Yeah, no complaints. Next up, we've got Brianna taking 87.5 kilos. Another 2.5 kilo jump for her third.
Very strong third attempt.
Yeah, that is a good lift. 3 white lights, and she is 3 for 3 on bench.
Betsy up next. She took a 2.5 kilo jump from her last and now is officially at 87.5.
Yeah, Betsy looking to add on to her 255 kilo subtotal.
A little bit of a grinder, but she still ends up completing the lift. Let's see what judges say. Ooh. Unfortunately, it looks like there was a little bit of downward movement. But hey, that's still a gym PR though.
That is a gym PR. You know, some would argue that downward motion should not even be a red light. What are your opinions on that?
I think that is a very controversial topic. I do think it is very important, but I also don't think that's very important.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, you know, I think if you get the weight up, it should count, you know?
It's
Plain
very
and
valid.
simple. Nonetheless, I am not the chair of any federation, and I don't make the rules.
Me
So
either.
here we have Diane, 100 kilos flat. She's grinding through that sticking point,
And
locks
she gets
it out.
Let's see what the judges say. Oh. Unfortunately, it is a 2-to-1 call, and she did not get the lift.
So out comes Shelby for our final bench press of flight A. She is retaking 102.5 kilos.
A little shaky, but unfortunately could not get it up. Alrighty, and that will conclude session 1, flight A bench. We're going to check out the female forecast and see how everybody's placing so far. So for the women's top 10, Brianna is still pulling away with 400 dots.
Yeah, she's got a pretty significant lead here over second place, which is Diane at 342 dots.
And Betsy followed shortly after. With that being said, we're going to jump straight back into flight B bench. Brian's going to start us off with 67.5 kilos. A little shaky, but let's see what judges say. It is a good lift, 2-to-1.
Little gym safety teaching moment when you take all the weight off of one side of the bar. The other side of the bar is liable to tip over, so just make sure you're staying on all 10 toes.
Ivan up next for his first attempt at 82.5 kilos. Ivan utilizing that high arch. So arch is allowed on bench.
This is a very easy bench there from Ivan. Probably could have stayed in the warm-up room, but nonetheless, it was a very successful opener. Back to arch.
Some people say it's not allowed. What are your thoughts?
I think
They say it's quote-unquote cheating.
to a certain extent, arch should be allowed. I think the depth call for elbows in the IPF is a pretty good rule. I think that if your bench starts to look more like a scapular retraction, that it should not count. But I do think that having some sort of arch is necessary, especially because in the sport of powerlifting, bench is more than just a chest movement. It's more of a full body motion. So I think bench is necessary. I mean, arch is necessary for bench.
I'm not sure I can really top that, but I do agree. I do think, some people are gifted and able to have stronger arches than others. Me, I'm kind of jealous. I wish I had a strong arch.
Yeah.
But I think if they still meet the requirements of even like elbow depth, I think it wouldn't be deemed as cheating. I don't think.
Yeah.
With that being said, Bob, for his first attempt, 82.5. Nope, that's 92.5. My apologies. Last I checked, I know we still have a couple Bob followers out there.
Bob pushes through that sticking point in the middle, locks it out, and that is a good lift. So he does get on the board for bench press. Up next, we have Laramie. 110 kilos being loaded onto the bar for his opening attempt.
Laramie's going to utilize that handoff. He's doing a technique that we've never seen before, which is but it does work for him, so let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights, so it does work for him.
Yeah, we were talking about the specific group of people that are just more gifted in terms of their arch on bench than others, and I think Laramie is one of those people because I personally cannot crawl onto my head like he just did.
Oh no, I cannot. I was very worried when I saw that. Nate, for his first attempt, is 112.5 kilos. He's also going to utilize the handoff. And for those at home, a belt is allowed on bench.
Yeah, wearing that belt on bench just helps the lifter kind of hold on to their brace better, similarly to squat and deadlift.
We see it oftentimes more utilized with equipped lifters, but every now and again we do see it utilized in raw. But a very quick first attempt. And judges say 2-1, it is a good lift.
We've got some viewers on the live stream that are against our point of arch. Believe that arch should not be allowed. It's always interesting to see everybody's different opinions on such controversial topics. Can't wait to get to deadlift, where we can talk about sumo pullers. Anyways, we've got Ryan Tran up next. 115 kilos loaded on the bar for his opener. Ryan secured a 190 kilo squat, so looking to add on to that subtotal here. Ryan coached by world-class lifter Paul. And that is a great lift by Ryan. 3 white lights.
Dale up next with 117.5 kilos for his opener.
Strong push from Dale. Looked like he might have hit the bench on his ascent. We'll see what the judges say, and that is a no lift, unfortunately. He does have 2 more attempts at that, so hopefully he can get a little bit of a better setup on his next attempt and secure that bench.
Yeah, it just looks like it may have been technique issues. He did get a red-blue light, which means that it could either be downward motion or even soft elbows. So could have been one of the few.
Yeah, that being said, we have Jason, 137.5 kilos for his opener here.
Very controlled. Let's see what judges say. A good lift.
Yeah, that was a very strong and controlled lift there from Jason. As mentioned before, some lifters utilize that soft touch just to maximize their leverages, but also the quicker you can get that bar motionless on your chest, the quicker you will get that press command. So kind of just hovering that bar right on top of your chest will allow you to hold it still quicker.
Julio up next with 140 kilos for his first attempt. Julio also another arch bencher.
Yeah, opening up with 308 pounds here as a 165-pound lifter.
He's got a very high arch, which seems to help him.
Yeah,
That was a good lift.
that was a non-negotiable good lift there. 3 white lights. Next up, we have Diego, 142.5 kilos for his opening attempt.
Very solid first attempt and 3 white lights. It was a good lift.
Taking the bar up to 152.5 kilos, we have Dante. He is in the 82.5 kilo class.
A very strong press.
Yeah, there's a very good press there. Very good technique. You saw he soft touched that and then looked as if it was just almost on a track the way he pressed that up. Up next, we have Roderick opening up with 172.5 kilos. You know, they say never judge a book by its cover, but I bet you he's going to blow this up.
Oh, wow.
And that is a very strong press there from Roderick. 2-1, and it's a good lift. He's got a closer grip on the bar than we've seen out of most of the other lifters in this flight.
But hey, it seems to work for him.
Yeah, it does. That max grip that you see a lot oftentimes does not work for those heavier weight classes like we just saw. So utilizing that brute strength, that arm strength there. Up next, we've got Tim Allison opening up with 215 kilos. He is a bench-only lifter. Excuse me, push-pull lifter. That is a very strong press there from Tim and a good lift. He's competing in our Masters 1 division.
Now we are officially on second attempts. Brian is up next. He is going to jump the bar up to 70 kilos. And for those watching at home, Alec has unfortunately scratched his second and third attempt.
Yeah, he did that with squat as well, so maybe just coming here to get a qualifying total and that's it. You know, a lot of lifters use these state level meets to qualify for their national level meets, so that could be the case here with Alec.
Unfortunately, it just wasn't there for today. But he will have another attempt to take it if he would like. Unfortunately, he just can't go down though. He will have to stay at the 70 or go up.
Next up, we've got Ivan, who will be taking 92.5 kilos for his second attempt. His opener was very easy, so we'll see how quickly he can move this second attempt.
Very smooth second attempt for Ivan. He has also another high arch bench.
He does get one, oh, never mind, 3 white lights there for Ivan, so that is good news. Curious to see what he'll jump to for his third attempt. That was a pretty easy second attempt. Next up, we have Bob, 95 kilos here for his second attempt, up 2.5 from his opener.
I know we still have a couple Bob supporters out there.
Let's go, Bob. Let's go, Bob. He's pushing through that sticking point. What a fight from Bob. Waits for that rack command. No silly mistakes for Bob, and that's a good lift.
Dale up next. He's retaking his second attempt, or his first attempt, my apologies, of 117.5 kilos.
Next up, we have Ryan Tran taking the bar up 5 kilos to 120 for his second attempt. Strong press from Ryan. And that is a good lift. So he adds 5 kilos onto his subtotal there. Up and next, we've got Laramie going up 10 keys to his second attempt of 120 kilos. Very interesting setup there from Laramie. I've never seen that before, but it works for him. So
Very smooth second there for Laramie.
That's a good lift. 3 white lights. Next up, we have Nate going up 10 kilos from his opening attempt. We've got 122.5. Strong fight from Nate. Judges say that is a good lift. Up next, we've got Jason taking the bar up to 145 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener. Joining the live stream, we've got 705-pound squatter Parker Anderson, competing later on in the primetime session of this meet.
How's it going, everyone?
That's a strong press from Jason. 145 kilos, that's a good lift. Up next, we've got Julio, keeping the bar at 145 kilos. This is a 5-kilogram jump from his opener. And the bar is loaded. Julio setting himself up here for this 319-pound bench. Opts for a self lift-off.
Very smooth for Julio.
Yeah, that was a strong press there for a second attempt and a good lift. Curious to see what he'll jump to for his third. Coming up next, we've got Diego. 150 kilos on the bar for his second attempt. That is a strong bench from Diego and a good lift. Up next, we've got Dante. 160 kilos on the bar for his second attempt. This is 7.5 kilos higher than his opening attempt. And a very easy second attempt there for Dante. 2-1. That's a good lift. Looks like we're taking the bar up past 3 reds here for Roderick's second attempt of 175 kilos. Drives it up, gets those elbows locked out, and that is 2-1. Unfortunately, a no lift. Typically, when you get a red from both side judges, it's likely the case that your butt may have come up off the bench. In powerlifting, your butt, your shoulders, and your head have to be touching the bench at all times for it to be a good lift.
Here we got Tim Allison with a huge 227.5 kilo bench.
Yeah, this is the first 4 red bench press of the day. That is a very strong press. Not sure how many more of these we'll see. Lifting it off by himself, too.
Wow.
And he powers that through. No sticking point at all. That's a good lift. Wow. You know, Parker, being a strong bench presser yourself, what's the most important thing when it comes to the bench press?
I would say definitely having strong triceps because that helps with the lockout. Getting a strong base at the bottom too.
Yeah, those are 2 very important things, especially with lifters like Roderick, where we see them use that more close grip on the bench press. Your triceps are very important there, just getting you through to that locked out elbow position. On to our third attempt bench press of flight B, we have Brian retaking 70 kilos. He's fighting.
Good fight there, but unfortunately Brian will not get that.
Yeah, that was a good try from Brian. Only 2.5 kilos up from his opener, though, so he doesn't miss out on too many kilos in terms of total. Taking the bar up to 97.5, we have Bob. 2.5 kilos up from his second attempt. His second was a little bit of a grinder, so we'll see how much he's able to push this 97.5 kilo bench. Drives it up, gets to that sticking point. Can he push through? Locks those elbows out. And that is a good lift. 3 white lights.
Here we got Ivan Morales with the 100 kilo third. So far, he is 2 for 2 on bench.
Yeah, Ivan looking to secure this 220-pound bench press. That's a good lift for Ivan. Adds those 7.5 kilos onto his subtotal.
Here we have Zachary Uhas in the comments right now. He won the Michigan State Primetime last month. Shout out to Zach Uhas.
Yeah, very strong lifter from one of our neighboring states. Up here we've got Dale, 122.5 kilos for his third attempt. This is 5 kilos up from his second. Drives it through that sticking point fairly easily. And that is a good lift. So a good bounce back from his opener of 117.5, which he was unsuccessful in. And he comes back and probably leaves a couple kilos on the table with how that third moved.
Here comes Ryan Tran with a 122.5 kilo bench for his third.
Ryan setting himself up here. Looking to fight for that extra 2.5 kilos. And he powers that through. That was a very smooth third attempt there from Ryan and a good lift. So he adds on to that 190 kilo squat. He will need every kilo he can get. He's competing in the 67.5 kilo weight class in the open division, so he will be going against Sterling Walker. He's also a 67.5 kilo lifter, excuse me, in the prime time session. Here we've got Nate, 125 kilos.
He's fighting. Unfortunately, that is a no lift.
Yeah, just a little too much there on the day. Nonetheless, he does come out with a 122.5 kilo bench. Coming up next, we've got Laramie bringing the hype. Going up 5 kilos from his second attempt to 125 kilos, 275 pounds.
Can he get that
He's
sticking point?
fighting.
And that is a no lift.
Yeah, unfortunately just not there on the day. But a great fight nonetheless. Up next, we've got Jason coming out to 147.5 kilos, 2.5 up from his second attempt. Jason opts in for that liftoff. Gets the start command. And a good fight from Jason, unfortunately not there, but he was successful with his 145 kilo second attempt. So only missing out on 2.5 kilos there.
Here Comes Julio Sanchez with a 147.5 kilo bench.
Yeah, he too was successful with 145 for his second, so looking to add on 2.5 kilos with this third attempt. This is a 325-pound bench in the 75 kilo weight class. A very strong fight there from Julio for a good lift. He is hyped about that one, as he should be. 325 pounds.
Up next, Diego Roberts with a 5 kilo jump from his second with a 155 kilo third. Shout out to Diego for letting us use the scale last night in the hotel. Let's go, Diego.
Drives it up. Can he lock his elbows out? He does. Let's see what the judges say. And that is a good lift, 2-1. Looks like there might have been a little bit of downward motion that the head judge caught, but all you need is 2 white lights for a good lift, and that's what he got.
Dante Corsetti with a 5 kilo jump as well. Was successful with this 160 kilo second.
Dante, a part of Rage Strength Systems, owned by Aiden Roeder, world-class lifter.
Very strong bench for the 82.5 kilo class.
Yeah, this is a 363-pound bench press here for Dante. Can he lock it out? Unfortunately, just wasn't there on the day. He was right there, but unfortunately he could not push his elbows through. Taking the bar up to 177.5 kilos, we've got Roderick. He was unsuccessful on his second attempt, however, that was due to some technique issue. So we'll see if he can get this 2.5 kilo jump.
Let's go, Roderick. And he locks that out.
A very strong push there off of his chest.
And he will get 3 whites.
Yeah, that was a very impressive bench there from Roderick. Looked like nothing could stop him from locking that bar out.
Here's Tim Allison with the 237.5 kilo bench.
Yeah, this is an insane feat of strength regardless of the outcome here. 237.5 kilos for Tim Allison. Already securing a ridiculous 227.5 second attempt.
Let's go, Tim. Make some noise.
Let's go, Tim. Let's go, Tim. Let's go, Tim. Tim again taking his own lift off. Very impressive with this amount of weight. Gets that start command. Oh, unfortunately, just a little too much. Still a great effort there from Tim, 237.5 kilos. That is a big dude. That concludes our Flight B bench. Moving on to Flight C, we'll be starting with Jackson Edwards, 97.5 kilos. Right here is Jackson, 97.5 kilos.
Very quick opener there for Jackson.
Yeah, and that is a good lift. 3 white lights. Up next, we have Cole opening up with an even 100 kilos. A very strong press there from Cole on his opening attempt. And that's a good lift, 3 white lights. Taking the bar up to 117.5 kilos, we've got Sean Archer. Another speedy opener there. That's a good lift, 3 white lights.
Here comes Logan Kane, the 120 kilo opener.
Logan rocking an all black A7 singlet. Make sure to check out their equipment if you're in need of anything powerlifting related.
Very smooth opener there for Logan.
Yeah, that's a good lift, 3 white lights. Taking that bar up to 130 kilos, we've got Matthew. Looks like he will take this lift off. Looks like a little bit of a hiccup there at lockout, but he does push it through. Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift, 2-1, but he does have 2 more chances at it. Hopefully he can get that cleaned up. Very strong press from Albert, 130 kilos. That's a good lift. Looks like his back may have cramped up a little bit there as he got up from the bench. Hopefully he's all right come second attempts.
Coming to the platform is Noah Harrison, the 132.5 kilo bench for his opener.
That is a very smooth opener there for Noah. And a good lift, 3 white lights. Coming up next is Giovanni, 137.5 kilos. Gets that start command, drives it up, and that is another very quick opener here in this flight. It's a good lift, 3 white lights. Up next, we've got Andrew, 140 kilos. Andrew is the first of 3 consecutive 140 kilo openers. That was a good lift for Andrew. Coming up next, we've got Jack, 140 kilos on the bar. Gets a self lift off.
Very fast opener there for Jonathan.
Yeah, and that is a good lift. Walks off stage with the birthday boy.
Here comes Tristan for his opener at 140 kilograms. Fighting there for his opener.
Yeah, that was a bit of a fight, and I think he jumped that rack command, unfortunately, so that will be a no lift. He will get 2 more chances at it, however. Coming up next, we have Brandon breaking our 140 opener streak, taking it up to 150 kilos. Very smooth opener there for Brandon. And that is a good lift. 3 white lights. Coming out for our final opener of Flight C, we have Peyton, 167.5 kilos, loaded onto the bar. Here we have Peyton opting for a liftoff. Peyton utilizing that high arch to his advantage.
Very fast opener there.
Yeah, that is a good lift. 3 white lights. So through our Flight C opening attempts, here is our men's forecasted top 10 with Diego taking the lead with 452 dots, followed closely by Roderick at 451, with Noah in third, followed closely again by Andrew and Julio. So this top 5 is liable to change drastically through these final bench attempts and going into deadlifts. Here, starting us off on our second attempts, we have Jackson going up 5 kilos from that opener at 102.5.
Here comes Cole Schabach with a 10 kilo bench from his opener at 110 kilograms. He's fighting
Driving
for it,
through.
and he will lock that out.
Well, let's see what the judges say.
3 whites, good lift for Cole.
Yeah, that was a strong fight there. Not sure how much room he's got going into that third attempt, but he secured that one. Up next, we've got Logan Kane taking it up 7.5 kilos for his second attempt, 127.5.
Logan unfortunately fails his second. Here comes Sean Archer with a 10 kilo jump from his first. Open with 117.5 kilos, now jumping to 127.5 kilos.
Here we have Sean Archer, 127.5.
Unfortunately, will fail his second.
You want to do it now?
Yeah.
You do it on the next one.
Next up, we are going to have Matthew coming out to 135 kilos. Unfortunately, failed his opening attempt, but I believe that was due to technique. So hopefully he can secure this 5-kilo jump. Just a reminder to those watching at home, you can't touch your wrist straps once you're on the platform. So Matthew was just directed to step off really quick and secure his equipment before coming back on. And that was a very strong press.
Right, and then you're going to hit main platform on the left whenever he's done. That was good. Do it just like that.
Next up, we've got Albert, 135 kilos for his second attempt, up 5 kilos.
Gets the press command. He is fighting for it, and he locks it out. See what the judges say. 3 white lights and a good lift.
Yeah, that was a very impressive push there. Coming up next, we have Noah Harrison going up 10 kilos from his opening attempt. This will be 142.5 kilos.
Gets that press command. Locks it out. Very smooth second there for Noah.
And that is a good lift, 3 white lights. Up next, we've got Giovanni, a 10-kilo jump here to his second.
If he gets this one, do a replay. If he gets this, do a replay on this one.
He's fighting through that sticking point, and he gets the lift. You see him fight through that small sticking point right there, and it was a great push.
Yeah, so just a little bit quicker on the replay. That was close to that again. That was better, yeah. Yeah, it's right about like when we get up. Okay.
Andrew coming up for a second with 147.5 kilos. 7.5 kilo jump from his opener. Gets that press command, goes right back up with it.
Wow, and that was very speedy.
He has plenty of room for his third.
A very strong press there from Andrew. Coming up next, we've got Jonathan, 150 kilos here for his second attempt. And that is a very strong press there. And that is a good lift. I think he might come away with tallest lifter and longest arms award. Coming up next, we have Brandon Martinez, 162.5 kilos for this second attempt, a 12.5 kilo jump. Very controlled descent, and he drives that one up. Minimal effort there from Brandon. You see that controlled descent kind of loading up his chest and explodes right up there. Taking the bar all the way up to 185 kilos, we have Peyton coming out to his second attempt. The last second attempts of Flight C.
Very strong bench here for Peyton. 185 kilograms.
Yeah, I don't know what's more impressive, this bench press or that setup.
Very smooth second for Peyton.
Yeah, he drove right through that sticking point. Look how he controls it on his chest and immediately drives that up. Moving on to our third attempts, we've got Jackson taking another 5 kilo jump up to 107.5.
Jackson's driving.
Can he drive it through?
Fortunately, he cannot lock that out. That will be 3 reds. But he did go 2 for 3 on bench. Now here comes Logan Kane with his third at 127.5 kilos, retaking his second.
Yeah, let's see if he can secure this extra 7.5 kilos. That's a pretty large amount of kilos off of his total if he cannot secure this. So let's hope he can. He's fighting for it. Unfortunately, just not there on the day. He does walk away with 120 kilos, though. Coming up next, we have Sean, who is also retaking his second attempt. This is 127.5 kilos. He's fighting for it. Unfortunately, That is not there either for Sean. So that will be a no lift.
Here comes Matthew for his third attempt at 140 kilos, taking a 5 kilo jump from his second.
That was a good fight there from Matthew. Unfortunately, that 140 was just not there today, but he does walk away with 135 kilos.
Here comes Noah Harrison for his third at 147.5 kilos, taking a 5 kilo jump from his second.
Yeah, he's currently 2 for 2 on bench press. Let's see if he can keep that perfect streak going here and secure this extra 5 kilos. Noah setting himself up here for this 147.5 kilo bench.
Gets the press command. He's fighting for it.
He
Noah locks it out. Let's see what the judges say.
Strong push there. And that's a good lift for Noah, 2-1.
Coming up is Giovanni for his third, 3.5 kilo jump from his second.
Smooth unrack from Giovanni gets that start command. Unfortunately, he just can't fight through that sticking point. Almost looked like his triceps gave out on him there, but only a 2.5 jump from his second attempt. So not missing out on too much there. Coming up next, we've got Andrew taking 152.5 kilos on his third attempt. Looking to secure this 5 kilo jump. Wow, a very strong press there. And that is a good lift. Very little struggle at all.
Here comes Jonathan for his third attempt, the 5 kilo jump.
$155 kilos or 341 pounds here. Tries to fight his way through that sticking point there. Unfortunately, just a little bit too much. Does walk away with a 150 kilo bench though. Up next, we've got Brandon taking a 12.5 kilo jump all the way up to 175 keys. Drives it up off of his chest. That was a very strong push. And a good lift there for Brandon.
This is the last lifter coming up.
This will be our last bench of session 1. We've got Peyton coming out to 187.5 kilos.
Making a 2.5 kilo jump from his second.
Crowd's getting behind Peyton on this one. A very strong bench press in the 110 kilo class.
Peyton also with one of the most very impressive setups that I've ever seen. Here we go, Peyton.
Drives it up. Can he lock those elbows out? And he does.
Let's see what the judges say.
That's
3
a
white
good
lights.
lift for Peyton. So that concludes our bench press for session 1. We will see you back here in 10 minutes for the deadlifts. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2026 Illinois State Championships. This is session 1. Deadlifts will be commencing very shortly. This is a good time to point out our sponsors. Their logos are rotating in the top right corner. This meet would not be possible without them, so just make sure you show them some support.
First off, we have Cindy. That was a pretty smooth opener. She opened up with 75 kilos.
Before we get too far into this first flight of deadlifts, let's take a look at the female top 10 forecast. We still have Brianna up there, forecasted at 400.
Diana is shortly behind her, but still a little ways away with 342 kilos. And Betsy falls shortly below that.
Yeah, it'll be curious to see, or interesting to see how that final second through like 5th place kind of shapes out. But while we were talking, Rachel hit her opener very easily, got 3 white lights and a good lift. Next up, we have Sitali, 110 kilos for her opening attempt.
And that was a very smooth and speedy opener. And the judges did end up saying that was a good lift. Up next, we have Kelly with 117.5 kilos.
Very quick opener there for Kelly and a good lift. Next up, we have Amber taking 120 kilos for her opener.
Very speedy first attempt. Amber is doing a sumo stance. It is a wider stance than conventional. Conventional is when your legs are a little bit closer in, and sumo is when they're a lot wider out. Most people deem that as cheating. How do you feel about sumo?
Well, you know, it's a very controversial topic. From a completely unbiased conventional standpoint, you know, I just think a very wide sumo is a little bit of cheating. I think, yeah, but you know, the same thing kind of goes for sumo as does for big arches on bench. You know, if your body allows you to pull sumo, then so be it, you know, and they'll just have a shorter range of motion, but it's still impressive nonetheless. So,
Well, as a biased sumo puller, I don't think it's cheating, but that's also biased. I pull sumo and I personally love it, but like you said, if your body allows for it, what can you say?
of course.
Speaking of,
That is a good lift there from Diane. 145 kilos. Coming up next, we have Brianna, our currently forecasted first place champion, opening up with 150 kilos. Strong opening pull there from Brianna. Unfortunately, that is a no lift. Looks like she might have pitched over a little bit at lockout. But hopefully that's nothing she can't correct.
Yeah, looks like they deemed that as downward movement.
And deadlifts, it's the easiest to follow. There is only one command, and that is the down command. Once the lifter is fully locked out, knees, shoulders, the head referee will give a down command. And as long as, they followed rules, they will get 3 white lights. And that there was a good lift.
Shelby up next with 167.5 kilos.
That was a strong opener there and a good lift.
That'll bring us right back to the top of Cindy with 80 kilos.
Here we've got Cindy Brand, 80 kilos on the bar for her second attempt, and that is a strong pull there. And judges say that is a good lift, 3 white lights.
Up next, we have Isabel. She jumped up 10 kilos from her last. Now she is at 82.5. And for the viewers at home, you probably see that white powder on the athlete's legs. That is baby powder. As well, they are using chalk on their hands. Baby powder does help the bar not stick onto the athlete's legs.
Yeah, it's very important to don't put chalk on your legs. I know that can be confusing. However, chalk on the legs will make it stick to your legs, so I would advise you to steer clear of that.
Yeah, that would definitely not be very good. We are loading the bar up for Rachel. The bar is going to 112.5 kilos. And she is still one of our completely raw guests, so she's no longer, like, she doesn't use wraps, belts, anything of that. But she's still moving the weight very well.
Yeah, that was a very strong pull. That is a good lift on her second attempt. Up next, we've got Sitali, 115 kilos for her second attempt. This is a 5-kilo jump. And that is a very strong pull from Sitali. Very little form breakdown, if any at all. That was a very smooth second attempt there.
Yeah. Up next is Amber. She has raised the bar to 125 kilos, 5 kilos up from her last. Oh, wow, that was very smooth.
Yeah, that was a very strong pull. And that is a good lift. It looks like she might have almost lost balance there at the top, but she was able to hang on there and secure those 3 whites.
We have Kelly up. She made a pretty hefty jump. She jumped from 117.5 to 130 kilos.
Yeah, that is a pretty big jump. It is, however, a little more common to see lifters take bigger jumps on deadlift.
And the big jump didn't affect her.
Not at all. That was a good lift.
We have Heather up next. She jumped up 10 kilos from her last, and she's officially at 135 kilos.
That is a good lift for Heather. 3 white lights.
We have Diane up now. We have raised the bar to 157.5 kilos. She jumped from her first attempt from a 145.
Very strong and easy pull there from Diane. That is a good lift for 3 white lights.
You can tell it got a little sticky there at the top.
Yeah, it did, but she was able to push through that pretty well and secure that second attempt.
Now we have Brianna. She missed her first attempt, but now she went up from her last to 160.
Yeah, she went up 10 kilos, so you figure that last fail was not strength at all, just a technique issue, so. And that was a good lift from Brianna. She is fighting to keep in that first place position.
She was a little shaky at the top, which I'm not sure that had major effect, but definitely something to keep in mind for sure.
Yeah, that is something, especially with sumo, you have to pay attention to because it's so much easier to lose balance for those sumo pullers.
Betsy up now. She went 10 kilos higher from her last. She is officially at 170 kilos.
And that is a good lift for Betsy. 3 white lights. Bar being loaded up to 182.5 kilos for Shelby's second attempt. This is a 15-kilo jump from her opening attempt. And a good try there from Shelby. Unfortunately, just a little bit too much there maybe for her second. But she'll have one more attempt at it if she chooses to take it. That takes us to our third and final deadlift attempts of Flight A. Bringing us back to the top with Cindy. She will be taking 85 kilos.
And it appears Shelby has scratched her third attempt. So she will not continue. Cindy up now. She went up 5 kilos from her last, and her final deadlift is 85 kilos, which moved very well.
Yeah, that was a very smooth third attempt there from Cindy and a great way to end off the meet.
Up next, we have Isabel. Isabel's final attempt of the day is 92.5 kilos. She jumped up 10 kilos from her last. Very smooth.
Yeah, that was a very strong pull there from Izzy and a great way to end off her first powerlifting meet.
I talked with her a little bit earlier, and she's using this meet to qualify for Rock Nationals, which I think is pretty interesting. We see a lot of athletes do that.
Yeah, like we talked about earlier. Yeah, these state championship meets are typically used for qualifying meets that are kind of held to a higher standard than maybe some normal local meets. So it's always some great experience before stepping on that national stage.
A little bit of a grinder, but let's see what judges think for Sitlani.
Yeah, that was a strong pull. A great way to stick with that. And the judges did say that was a good lift.
And that was a great way to end off her day, too. She ended off her day 8 for 9. Strong pull by Rachel.
Yeah, that was a very easy third attempt. And a good lift. That was a strong pull from Amber and a good lift. The excitement is showing after that one. Great way to end off the meet with a strong pull.
Up next, we have Kelly. She went up 5 kilos from her last, and now she is at 135 kilos. Kelly's also had a pretty good day. She only missed her third attempt bench. And other than that, she's had a pretty successful day.
Yeah, securing this final pull would be really good for her total.
And she does that. Let's see what the judges think.
That was 3 white lights for Kelly and a good lift.
Heather up next. We have jumped to 142.5 kilos. I really love her socks. I don't know.
Yeah, those are very stylish. And they match her singlet too.
I don't know. I think that's what I really like. A little bit of a sticking point, but let's see what the judges think.
That is a good lift. 3 white lights.
I think the socks were good luck.
Yeah, they definitely were.
I don't know. Maybe it was the Notorious lift shoes.
Oh, true.
I think it may have been those.
We do have a table here in the building with the Notorious Lift raffle.
I've heard they can bring some pretty good luck.
They definitely can. I have a pair of the squat shoes and the deadlift shoes
I've
for
been wanting to
extra
get
luck.
those. Speaking of, we have Diane also rocking the Notorious Lift shoes. She has raised her bar 10 kilos from the last. A little bit of a sticking point also.
2 to 1, that's a
2 to
good
1.
lift. So she ends the day on a positive note there.
We have Brianna. She jumped her bar 10 kilos from the last also. Let's see if she can still keep that first place finish. The first time was just some minor technicalities, which I think she's pretty much straightened out.
Yeah, she's looking to build on to a already impressive day, dotting well over 400.
Very
Blocks it
strong
out.
pull, yeah.
And that is a good lift for Brianna. Let's look at that again. Takes her up to 412 dots. A very strong pull.
There wasn't even no sticking point either.
Yeah, not very much struggle at all, excuse me.
We have Betsy up next. She's doing 82.5 kilos.
Betsy is the last puller of Flight A, so she is ending off this flight. Strong fight. Can she lock it out? I think she does. Let's see what the judges say. And that is a good lift. What a great way to end off her day. Before we move on to Flight B, let's take a look at the female leaderboard. In first place, of course, we have Brianna, 421 dots in first place. In second place, we've got Diane with 360. And in third, we've got Betsy. That final pull might have put her in that third place position with 347 dots.
You could tell in the fourth and fifth, we did have some shifting and some moving. You could tell.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even realize that.
It looks like Amber just bumped off Shelby to the fifth spot. So a little bit of movement up there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Shelby had to scratch her third and final deadlift, which allowed Amber to work her way into that fourth place position. So
Yeah.
just showing how important every kilo is when it comes to powerlifting.
We have Brian. He's going to start off his deadlift with 135 kilos.
Waiting to see what the judges say on Brian's pull, and it is a good lift.
Up next, we have Alec. He's doing 155 kilos. He is one of them. He only did his first attempts. So I wonder if he is qualifying for something.
Yeah, if I had to take a guess, I would say that's likely why. I know coming into this meet, there were a couple of lifters who said that they were just using this as a qualifier meet, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's the reason.
I just wonder if he's going to actually give all 3 attempts for deads.
Hopefully he does. Deadlifts are my personal favorite, so I would enjoy to see a show here.
Mine as well. So it appears we're having some minor technical difficulties. But once we get those straightened out, we'll be right back with you.
In the meantime, this is a great time to shout out the sponsors of today's meet. We would just like to thank A7, Notorious Lifts, Sushi Primos, Better Through Barbell, MoFit Activewear, Barbell Barn, GMO Strength Systems, and GB for sponsoring this meet.
It appears we are back up and running. Bob took his first attempt at 165 kilos.
Yeah, and he moved it really well. Looks like the judges are having some more technical difficulties, but I bet you that will be 3 white lights. Very strong opener there from Alec. Bounces off the platform. That is a good lift. Not any struggle there at all. Next up, we've got Dale taking the bar up to 195 kilos.
And that was a very solid first attempt for her. Oh, for him, my apologies.
Next up, we'll have Jason taking 217.5 kilos for his opening deadlift attempt. Jason currently sitting at a subtotal of 375 kilos.
A very strong pull for his first attempt.
Yeah, that was very easy for Jason, and he receives 3 white lights. Up next, we've got Nate opening up with 220 kilos.
A little bit of a sticking point there, but let's see what the judges think. 2-1.
Yeah, that's a good lift.
Looks like he may have gotten called for some downward movement.
Yeah, hopefully he can figure that lockout out before his next attempt. It did look a little shaky.
We have Ryan also retaking that, or taking the same weight, my apologies, at 220.
That was a very snappy opener there for Ryan. And the judges say nothing. The judges say nothing. The judges say it's Ivan's turn. So Ivan will also be taking 220 kilos.
Ryan's lift is and was deemed good.
That was another snappy opener. It looks like the judges have switched to just using thumbs up and thumbs down instead of the lights. Coming up next, we've got Laramie loading up 227.5 kilos. Laramie's been bringing the energy all meet long.
We've seen from several lifters that they've been using prong belts, but we do see some athletes with the lever belts. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, me personally, I prefer lever belts. They are a little bit more pricey. If you guys watching have SBD belts, you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I just prefer the efficiency of lever belts, I think. Especially being able to flick it off. I think that's cool too. So that's why I like my lever.
So you like the aesthetic purposes too?
Yeah, yeah.
I've never used a prong belt, so I wouldn't say that's my first cup of tea to go. I've always used a lever belt, but I do think the aesthetic purposes of it is also really nice.
Yeah, it's a lot cleaner, I feel like.
But I think they both do the job very well.
Oh, yeah.
So it looks like the lifter was a lot more ready for the lift than the judges were.
Yeah, for some reason it said that Tim was up, but it was definitely Julio's turn.
I think so. I think we're having some technical difficulties still.
Yeah.
But
Maybe
Julio
that,
is up, and he is going to take 227 and a half.
Looks like maybe a technique issue. We're gonna hope. That was Julio's opener, so he will have 2 more attempts at that, but he will need to secure a deadlift attempt to post a total. So hopefully he can figure that one out in the warm-up room and hit that on his next attempt.
Yeah, unfortunately, he cannot go down since he took that attempt, so he will have to stay at that attempt weight or go up. So he will have to figure out how to get that weight up in order to stay in the meet.
Yeah, here up we have big Tim Allison, 240 kilos for his opener. And that was very smooth. He's pulling hook grip, which I'm not too sure we've seen a lot of today, but some would argue he's manlier than others who pull mixed grip. It's definitely a lot more difficult to pull hook grip, however, during the winter. Very dry hands, very dry air, a lot easier for your thumbs to rip or bleed, so.
I've never pulled hook grip. I've heard it's not very fun.
Yeah. Me personally, I pull hook grip. It's not the most fun thing in the world, but
They say it's like your thumbs are falling off or something.
yeah. Yeah, especially if you let that bar roll, say bye to your thumbs.
I personally use what Dante is using, a mixed grip.
Yeah, and it worked out very well there for Dante. His pull looks very clean. And he kind of showed it there with that opening attempt.
We now have Diego at 265 kilos.
Very strong opener there from Diego. That is a good lift. 3 white lights.
Yeah, not even any sticking points either. It was just smooth all the way. And we are officially taking the bar to 280 kilos. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was a very strong pull from Roderick. And judges agree. That is a 3 white lights and a good lift. Almost looks like he could curl it if he wanted to.
No, literally. He made it look like it's not even 600 pounds.
Right. Switch back to the main screen, and we have McKendry's finest standing on the bar. Do want to take a moment to recognize these spotters and loaders, making sure that everybody is safe and just moving with efficiency. Here we see one of McKendry's athletes just cleaning off the bar and making sure that every lifter has the same opportunity in terms of grip, because that chalk that lifters use can cake onto the knurling, which makes it a lot slicker. So just making sure everybody has an equal chance here.
Brian is back at the top. He is doing 140 kilos for his second attempt.
And that is a pretty strong second attempt there from Brian. And it is a good lift. He gets 3 white lights.
And we do see Alec. He is going to take his second attempt.
Yeah, this is a bit abnormal for Alec on a day like today.
Oh, yeah. Like we said earlier, he's just been taking all of his first attempts. So it's really nice to see what he's really got in store for us. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was a very easy second attempt there for Alec, competing in the 52 kilo weight class.
By the looks of that replay, I fear he's got a lot more in store for us.
Yeah, I think he does. I'm curious to see if he'll push to maximum effort. But I think even if he doesn't, it will be a very impressive third attempt pull.
Oh, yeah. We have Bob taking his second attempt at 172.5 kilos.
And that is a good lift from Bob. A very strong second attempt. He took a pretty big jump there from his opener, but it paid off, securing that lift right there.
I just wonder if he's going to make another smaller attempt or if he's just going to make another big one.
Yeah. From the looks of it, I would have to assume they're taking a smaller jump. Maybe
I would
not.
say so.
Yeah, not another 20-ish kilo jump, but
We have Dale up. He jumped a little bit up to 205 kilos. And so looking back, Bob ended up making a 10-kilo jump.
That's pretty realistic.
Yeah, that's pretty reasonable.
It's a very strong pull there from Dale. And that was a good lift. Looks like he put a lot of energy into that one. Coming towards the end of the meet, though, that is very expected.
We have Julio up next. He unfortunately missed his first attempt. It did appear to be a strength issue, but he did stay the same at 227 and a half. So hopefully we can lock in and get the second attempt.
Yeah, like I said previously, hopefully he's able to secure this pull here. He needs a deadlift to post a total, so he really needs this here. Looks like he wasn't able to break the floor there, so he's going to have one more attempt at that.
And unfortunately, if he does not get that next attempt, he will be disqualified from the meet. So he really does need this next attempt. We have Nate. He jumped 10 kilos to 230. Nate's had a pretty good day so far.
Yeah, and he made pretty easy work of that 220 opener, so hopefully he's able to move this one at the same speed. Gets stuck at lockout. Unfortunately, he's not able to lock that one out. Looks like he lost it there at the top. But that was a good try. Up next, we'll have Jason taking 230 kilos. $12.5 kilo jump here for Jason. He was successful on the previous 217.5. And that was a very strong pull. If we look back here, he has very little form breakdown, if any, at all. Notice how he shoots his hips through there. Perfect timing. And that's going to be a good lift for Jason. Coming out now, we have Ryan Tran, a 12.5 kilo jump from his opener. This is 232.5.
And I don't know if you saw in the small corner over there, Ryan did use smelling salts. We do see some athletes use smelling salts. Some think that it does help. Some prefer not to use them. What are your thoughts? Are you a smelling salt person?
Yeah, me personally, I'm not too big on the smelling salts. I think they hurt more than anything. And I've just never used them. I think a lot of my lifting is technique. So getting too hyped for a lift might throw off my technique, so I don't use them. But I do know that a lot of people do enjoy using them. The ammonia activates that sort of like fight or flight response in your brain, so I'm sure it has its benefits, but I'm too soft for that.
Very true. I personally use them, but I only use them on my third attempts, if that makes sense. It does. If you get a fresh bottle of salts, they hurt. I will say they do hurt. But it does bring that adrenaline that sometimes either music or just something that we can't do ourselves. It does bring that extra adrenaline. which sometimes it does help.
Here we have Ivan with a very fast 235 for his second attempt. Judges gave him a good lift.
He still has a lot of room to jump.
Yeah, I was going to say that was very speedy. I'm curious to see what they load for his third, if they'll go all out or not. Here comes Laramie ready to run through a brick wall. 245 kilos on the bar.
He's bringing the intensity for almost every single one of his lifts, like 1 through 3, like they've been full intensity.
Yeah, that was very impressive there. It looks like you would need more than a brick wall to stop him from pulling that.
I'm just curious to see what he will jump up to. He's got a lot of room.
Yeah, hopefully he takes a top end jump. I'm really excited to see how he reacts to hitting that one.
I'm very excited to see, honestly, how all these third attempts go. We've gotten pretty heavy so far.
Yeah, here we've got a 562-pound second attempt for Tim Allison.
And our third attempt coming up very soon, we have 295, which in pounds is 650 pounds. So very, very impressive.
And that was a very impressive pull right there from Tim. The judges give him 3 white lights. A very smooth and controlled deadlift there. Conventional, especially after a heavy bench, can be taxing to the lower back, so always good to see lifters taking their time with these pulls.
Speaking of conventional, we also have Dante who pulls conventional. He made a 15-kilo jump from his last, so he's at 255. Pretty smooth attempt. I think it was solid all the way through. Didn't look like there was any sticking points by anything.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. I think his form stuck pretty good the entire pull, so I think he'll make a pretty good jump here to his third attempt.
Diego's also had a pretty decent day. He makes a 10-kilo jump from his last, so he's at 275. And he lifts for SIUE, so
Yeah, he does. He's a local lifter here. Watching that one back, it looks like he shook his head, saying it was too light. So we'll see what he jumps to on his third attempt.
like I mentioned before, here's Roderick with the 295-kilo second attempt. It's 650 pounds just for a second attempt, so
Wow. And that was another pretty easy attempt there for Roderick. Normally when you see people's bodies shake like that, they struggle a little bit, but it didn't look like he struggled an awful lot.
no. So I wonder what he's gonna make. His last one was a pretty hefty jump, but like you said, we see that often with deadlifts.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we'll see like a 10-kilo jump, maybe 7.5 if he's feeling tired.
I think that's reasonable.
That was our last second attempt deadlift there, though, so we are moving on to third attempts.
We have Brian. He jumped up 5 kilos from his last, so he's at 145 kilos. Unfortunately, though, Dante has scratched his third, so he will not take his third attempt.
Oh, and a good fight there from Brian. Unfortunately, That 145 just not there today, but that was a good showing for him, still walking away with a 140 kilo pull.
I know in the live chat we did have some fans for Bob. If y'all are still there, let us know. He's about to hit his third attempt at 82 and a half, or 182 and a half. My apologies.
Gets it past his knees. Ooh,
Ooh,
unfortunately.
he gave that a very good shot.
Yeah, he did. Once he got it to his knees, I thought he would lock that out, but that was a very good try there from Bob.
And we do have Alec taking his third attempt, so it's been very nice to see Alec give all 3 attempts.
Yeah, finally showing some push here at the end of the meet with his third attempt.
Hopefully he doesn't make this one look as easy as the rest of them.
Right. A 182 and a half kilo pull in the 52 kilo weight class.
His 155 and 167 and a half moved very, very fast.
And that's a good lift, 3 white lights.
He's very excited about that one.
Yeah, he should be. That was pretty easy for a third attempt deadlift.
That one didn't move as speedy as the rest of them, but hey, it still moved very well.
And that's to be expected with a third attempt pull.
Yeah. I'm glad to see that he put a little bit on there. Up next, we have Dale. He jumped up to 217 and a half kilos. Dale has opted out for no baby powder. So let's see if that'll have any effect.
He gets it to his knees. Can he keep with it? He's at lockout. Unfortunately, he was not able to lock that one out. Very close. Hopefully, he's feeling all right. Somehow managed to secure 1 white light out of that.
But that was a pretty good fight for Dale.
Yeah, that was an impressive fight. Got it right up to lockout, just unfortunately wasn't able to finish the job.
But I am glad that he was able to get off the platform safely. He did seem a little shaky, so.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with those max effort deadlifts, it is always a little scary when lifters just exert all their energy and effort into one lift. It is oftentimes they can pass out.
We have Nate. He missed his second attempt. Did we ever figure out why?
I think his lockout was shaky.
I think that's what it was.
I believe so. Hopefully.
But don't quote us, though. I don't really know.
From the looks of it, I would say it could have been lockout or grip. Unfortunately, just wasn't there. He's so close on that one, though. And does walk away with a 220 kilo pull.
We do have Ryan up next. He also missed his second attempt, so we'll see how this goes. You see that often with sumo pullers, they do take a very good amount of time to properly get set up.
Unfortunately, just too much there on the day for Ryan. But he is all smiles with that, as he should be, concluding a pretty good day and still walking away with that 220 kilo deadlift.
We do have Julio up next. Like I said before, he does need this attempt to stay in this competition. If he misses this attempt, he will be disqualified. So Julio really does need this attempt. It does appear he also went up 10 kilos from his last.
Yeah, he did. He
jumped from 227
maybe
to 237.
maybe he was trying to trick us. I'm not sure, but the crowd is behind him on this one. Hopefully he hit those salts pretty hard. We'll see if he can shock the entire venue with this pull.
Unfortunately, that does conclude Julio's day. He did give it a good run, but unfortunately that will disqualify him from the meet.
Following Julio, we have Jason, 242.5 kilos.
Jason bringing a little bit of that intensity. Pretty smooth all the way up. Didn't appear any sticking points at all. And it was a good lift. So that was a great way to end off Jason's day.
I agree. I don't think like a college person think like I want to do good.
We have Ivan up next. He made a pretty hefty jump. He jumped from 135 kilos to 250 kilos. We have Ivan using a little bit of the baby powder, but nothing too extravagant.
Yeah, I've been looking to end his day off here with this 551-pound pull. Ooh, looks like he might have lost grip there at the end. Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift, but a really good fight there. Coming up next, we've got Laramie loading 257.5 kilos onto the bar. This is a 12.5 kilo jump from his second attempt.
Still bringing the intensity.
Yeah, here we go with Laramie, shot out of a cannon. I don't think a steel wall could stop this man.
And
In
neither can
257.5 kilos, surely cannot. That is a good lift for Laramie. A great way to end off that meet. A really strong push there.
We now have Tim up next. He jumped to 277.5.
Yeah, that's quite the jump. 22.5 kilos here added on to his second attempt.
I feel like we're having like some kind of reverse effect. We have a few that jump heavy from first to second, and then we've seen a lot of them are now jumping from the second to third heavy, and then their first one is small.
Yeah, kind of going all in on that third attempt to end the day. The crowd gets behind him on that one. He locks it out,
It was smooth all the way
controls
up.
it. And that is a good lift for Tim and a great way to end off the meet.
Diego is up next. He jumped his bar 20 kilos from the last.
And he is fired up here. This is a 650-pound pull. He locks it out, nods his head. And that is a good lift. 3 white lights for Diego. What a fight there.
It definitely did not look like 650 pounds were on that bar.
No, it did not.
And we have officially bumped the bar up to 300 kilos for Roderick.
Yeah, this is the last deadlift of this second flight here. Roderick looking to go out with a bang. 300 kilos, 661 pounds.
This is the heaviest deadlift we've seen today.
Oh, and unfortunately, just a little bit too much there on the day, but that was a great fight from Roderick. So that concludes our Flight B.
And then we will jump straight into Flight C.
Yeah,
Flight C is also still males.
yeah, going into this final flight here, we've got the men's forecasted top 10 with Diego currently sitting in first place at 472 dots, followed fairly closely by Roderick. However, Roderick did just finish his last pulls.
We can see 5 through 7. There's a lot of movement still, so hopefully that may change.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, curious to see those lower placements, how they shape up here.
We have Logan. His opener is 197.5 kilos.
And that's a very fast opener there for Logan.
We have Jackson up next, also taking 197.5 kilos.
That was a good lift for Jackson at 197.5 kilos.
We now have Cole. He went up a little bit more from our original bar. He jumped the bar up to 200 kilos. Oh, that was very easy.
Yeah, that was a very fast opener there for Cole. Hopefully we see some big jumps out of these boys for the final flight of this first session.
I wonder if they're going to jump small from their first to second, or if they're going to jump big.
Yeah, for viewing purposes, I hope they jump big for all of them, because that would be more fun to watch.
I could agree.
But of course, there is a lot of strategy that goes into the sport of powerlifting, so it will be interesting to see what type of approach they take going into these final pulls.
We have Brandon. He bumped our bar out to 205 kilos. My apologies.
Very easy opener though. No struggle there at all, and that's a good lift. 3 white lights.
we have Matthew doing 215 kilos. A very speedy opener.
That is a good lift. 3 white lights. Just look at the speed of this. It looks like he pulled it off the ground with his wedge. Up now, we've got Albert, 217.5 kilos.
Judges give that 3 white lights. And then we have Sean. He's doing 237.5 kilos.
Very quick opener there for Sean. That is a good lift. 3 white lights. We're working our way up in weight here pretty quickly in this final flight. Already up to 446 pounds here for Noah. Excuse me, 546 pounds.
Very speedy opener. It looks like he was doing that hook grip.
Yeah, not very many lifters in this meet pulling hook grips so far, but it's always impressive when you do see it. Combines that thumb strength and mental strength.
Giovanni is also taking 247.5 kilos. Oh, wow. He could have
And he
left
smoked it.
that one in the warm-up room.
Yeah, that was a very easy opener there for Giovanni. And it's 2-1 a good lift. My guess would be he let go a little bit early on the way down.
I fear so. I saw that and I was like, oh. Yeah, you have to make sure you follow that bar all the way down to the ground.
Next up, we've got Peyton. He's loaded 255 kilos for his opener. And he makes very easy work of that.
Yeah, that was smooth all the way up. Didn't even see no sticking points or anything.
Yeah. And that was a good lift, so he's got 255 kilos secured for that one. Next up, we've got Andrew. 265 kilos is on the bar for his opener. Another hook grip puller.
Oh, wow.
And that was very quick.
I'm afraid if you would have blinked, you would have missed that.
Yeah. That was a good lift for Andrew.
We have quickly taken this bar up to 280 kilos.
This is a 280 kilo opener. And that is a good lift.
I just wish I was his tall.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're finally seeing those long arms pay off here.
He almost
Come
takes up the
deadlifts.
whole screen. I probably look so small compared to him. I know who to stay away from.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's definitely secured that tallest lifter award. Here we've got Logan Kane bumped the bar up 10 kilos from his opener. And that was a good lift.
We have Jackson, who also bumped his attempt 10 kilos from his last. And now we're at 207 and a half.
And that was a pretty strong pull there from Jackson. And he does get 3 white lights, so that is a good lift.
We have Cole, who bumped his bar up 12 kilos from his opener. Now we're at 212 and a half.
Little bit of a sticking point there right past the knees, but he fights through it and gets a good lift. 3 white lights.
We have Brandon up next. He made a pretty hefty jump, which is honestly pretty expected. He jumped 25 kilos.
Yeah, Brandon was successful with his opener of 205 kilos.
But it appears that 25 kilo jump did not make any effect on him.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see another 25 kilo jump out of him going into his third.
We have Matthew, who only took a 15 kilo jump, so he is now at 230.
More of a modest jump here from Matthew than we've seen from the previous lifters.
And that moved pretty well.
Yeah, that looked very strong. His slack pull looked very strong, kind of propelled it off the ground, and he just didn't lose momentum. Up now, we've got Albert. 230 kilos loaded onto the bar for his second attempt. And he moves that fairly quick.
Yeah, it was very controlled all the way up.
I like how he shot his shoulders back last second, kind of locking his lats into place. Makes his pull look very smooth.
Almost aesthetic, even. I don't know.
Yeah, it's always nice to see lifters with good form. It's so much more enjoyable watching them knowing they don't have a high chance of getting hurt being silly.
Sean jumping up to 255 kilos. He's rocking the Notorious lifts, which is a different colorway than we've been seeing.
Yeah,
So,
he's got a very colorful outfit going on. But I like it, you know?
it just goes to show how Notorious lift has versatile colors.
Yeah. Up next we have Noah. 260 kilos on the bar for his second attempt. Up 12 and a half from his opener. And that, a strong pull from Noah.
Yeah, it was smooth all the way up.
Yeah, it didn't look like he put too much effort into that, so hopefully he'll be able to make a good jump going into his third attempt. Ooh, looks like he just lost it a little bit on grip there at lockout. He will have one more try at that, though. Maybe he can get some liquid chalk with some real chalk and hold on to that one next attempt.
We have Andrew. He jumped up also 20 kilos, which is pretty big from what we've seen so far. And now he's at 285 kilos.
Yeah, he's currently sitting at a 387.5 total. He'll add 20 on here if successful, so looking to make up some ground here. And there's no doubt about that lockout. That is a good lift. 3 white lights.
We have the bar set down and ready for Peyton, who made a 30-kilo jump. That's probably one of our biggest ones we've seen.
Yeah, that is a big jump. It's around 70 pounds here from his first to his second attempt. And that is a good lift there. Another pretty easy second attempt there.
Yeah, it appears the 30 kilos had no effect.
Yeah, I would say so. He is also sitting in first place right now in both of his divisions and in his weight class. So having a pretty good showing here. Out comes Jonathan for our last second attempt here of session 1, 290 kilos. Can he lock it out? It looks like he does. Let's see if the judges agree. And they do. That is a good lift. That takes us to our final deadlifts of the day. Here is a quick look at our leaderboard.
Yeah, we have a lot of movement all through 2 through 8. There's so much movement.
Yeah, a lot could change here in these last pulls. Some people hit, some people miss. Diego's still sitting in first place at 472. Noah and Andrew making their ways up.
We have Jackson. He is doing his last and final pull of the day at 212.5 kilos.
That's a great fight. Let's see what the judges say. And that is a good lift. 3 white lights. A great fight there at lockout. Able to hold on to it and secure that final pull.
We have Cole for his last and final pull as well, 217.5 kilos.
Unfortunately, just a little too much there for Cole, but he does walk away with a 212.5 deadlift, which puts him at a 532.5 total on the day.
Logan made a pretty decent jump. He jumped from 207 to now 225.
Yeah, Logan's currently sitting at a 492.5 total. This will put him well over 500 with 510.
Well, he did get it up on the positive note. Unfortunately, it did fall out of his hands. Some would deem that as a gym PR.
Yeah, I would say it's a gym PR. I think he locked it out. Unfortunately, just couldn't hold it long enough to get that down command, but he got it up, so
Up is up, in my opinion.
true. I think a lot of people would be in favor of us running a federation.
I think so. There would be a lot of successful lifts.
That's all that matters.
We have Albert making a 10-kilo jump, doing 240.
That is a strong pull from Albert, and that is a good lift. 3 white lights.
He was very stoked about that one.
Yeah, he was, as he should be. Secures that final deadlift and final lift of the day. Up next here, we've got Matthew. 245 kilos is loaded on the bar. If successful, this will put him at a 620 kilo total. And that was a strong pull. Let's see what the judges say.
It got a little sticky at top, but they still deem it good.
Yeah, that is a good lift. Very strong pull there. He did get a little stuck here at lockout, but he was able to lock that in.
We have Brandon, who also made a still pretty hefty jump. He jumped 20 kilos from his last, making him at 250.
Yeah, this will put Brandon well above a 700 kilo total.
That was a very good fight, but unfortunately just wasn't there for him today. But he still had a really good day, though.
Yeah, still a great showing. Ends the day off with a 690 kilo total and in first place.
Sean made a 10-kilo jump, and we are now at 265 kilos.
Yeah, he's bringing the energy for this one, as he should be. Final lift of the day here. Looks like the bar's a little afraid of him. Too much energy.
And still kind of running away from him.
Good try there from Sean. I'd be okay with him blaming it on the bar rolling away.
Me too. I think it was afraid.
Yeah.
If I was a barbell, I'd run too.
100%. I think a lot of people, come out very aggressive. That'd be a little scary.
Yeah.
And then you get slammed on the ground. That would also hurt.
Very much so.
Yeah. Up next, we have Noah. 275 kilos, looking to pull himself to a 690 kilo total. Very strong slack pull. Oh, unfortunately, looks like he lost balance there at lockout, but that was still a very strong pull.
I would say another gym PR in the books.
Yeah.
Giovanni unfortunately failed his 275 second attempt, so we're going to retake it for his third.
Yeah, unsuccessful on that second. It looked like his coach was talking to spotters and loaders, making sure that the bar was completely cleaned off, giving him the best opportunity to hold on to this bar. Strong off the ground. Looks like he locked his knees out a little early, unfortunately. That'll be a no lift for Giovanni. Ends the day off with a 645 kilo total.
We have Andrew doing 292.5 kilos.
Yeah, Andrew looks to pull himself into second place with this pull. This will take him from a 672.5 total to a 680 total. Andrew. Ooh. Breaks the floor. Can he hold on? And unfortunately, he cannot. There's still a great try.
He almost had it though.
He
got to pass his
did.
knees.
Yeah. Here comes Peyton for our last deadlift of the session. 305 kilos.
And for those watching at home, 305 kilos is 672 pounds for the last and final deadlift.
Yeah, this will take him up to a 775 kilo total.
And he gets it up. Was he able to lock it out, though?
Unfortunately, looks like he could not lock it out, but still a very strong showing. Here is our top 10 for the first session. We have Diego in first place, Roderick in second, and Andrew in third. Over on our female side, we had Brianna in first, Diane in second, and Betsy in third. We just want to thank you guys for tuning into this first session of the 2026 Illinois State Championships. At 2 o'clock, there will be a separate live stream on the Stellar Shots Media YouTube channel for the second session.
Thank you guys for watching. Have a blessed day.
Deuces.